Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call the May the 4th, 2026 meeting.
Recording in progress.
Oh, sorry. I'll start over. Good evening, everyone. I have to say my joke again. I'm going to call to order the May the 4th, 2026 meeting of the Palo Alto City Council to order and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Of course, Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Burt. Mayor Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
And may the force be with you.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Rectal.
Here.
And Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you very much. So it's now my pleasure to move to item 1, which is a proclamation proclaiming May 2026 as Affordable Housing Month. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, would you kindly read the proclamation?
Happy to, Madam Mayor. Whereas an affordable place to call home provides everyone an opportunity to thrive, making our community stronger, healthier, more inclusive, and more prosperous, and whereas ensuring that people of all income levels have access to a home they can afford helps build strong and resilient communities, and whereas affordable housing is a basic human right, and yet each year thousands of Silicon Valley families and individuals struggle to find an affordable home in one of the most expensive housing markets in the nation, and whereas, according to the most recent census data, 23% of renter households in the city of Palo Alto are cost-burdened, spending more than 30% of their income on housing, and another 19% are severely cost-burdened, spending more than 50%, and whereas the Santa Clara County Community Plan to End Homelessness emphasizes expanding homelessness prevention and housing programs as a critical strategy to address our region's housing crisis, and whereas the City of Palo Alto is actively working to reduce barriers to the production and preservation of affordable housing by collaborating with a network of organizations to deliver essential services, strengthen tenant protections, support innovative housing solutions, and advance efforts to end homelessness. And whereas more than 10,000 affordable homes are in the pipeline across Santa Clara County, and the City of Palo Alto remains committed to partnering with local, regional, and state agencies to secure funding to support the construction and preservation of high-quality affordable homes that will serve as lasting community assets for generations to come. And whereas partnering organizations in Santa Clara County are dedicated to furthering safe, stable, permanent, and affordable housing to all members of the community and are collaboratively working to bring the need for affordable housing to the forefront of discussion in our region. And whereas these organizations have partnered with local agencies and community members to organize Affordable Housing Month to encourage the sharing of best practices, opportunities, and solutions to provide affordable housing for all. And whereas the city leverages state and federal resources, including the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Permanent Local Housing Allocation, PLHA, and Local Housing Trust Fund, LHTF programs to support affordable housing development, housing stability, and essential services for zero, low, and moderate income residents. And whereas the city has implemented meaningful housing actions by identifying affordable housing redevelopment opportunities on city parking lots to be developed for affordable housing, creating a permanent source of affordable housing funding by dedicating a portion of the business tax revenue for affordable housing, investing $57 million in affordable housing since 2018, crafting additional renter protections, and continued support of fair housing services. And whereas the city has implemented meaningful actions to help those experiencing homelessness in Palo Alto through making permanent its safe parking ordinance, expanding RV safe parking, piloting an outreach worker program, providing an overnight warming location, and providing funding and partnering to build an interim housing shelter on city-owned land. And whereas the City Council adopted the 6th cycle housing element that outlines how 6,086 new housing units can be accommodated within Palo Alto by 2031, and includes implementation programs to increase the number of affordable housing units. Therefore, Vicki Vinker, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim the month of May as Affordable Housing Month, inviting our residents to support affordable housing solutions and to recognize the efforts of the City of Palo Alto and its dedicated community partners who seek to improve access to affordable housing opportunities in the City of Palo Alto and our neighboring communities.
Thank you, Council Member. I would now like to invite Cheryl Klein, who is well known to us as the Chief Operating Officer of Alta Housing, to say a few words.
Good evening, and thank you so much for that wonderful proclamation. On behalf of all the partners that work with the city to create more affordable housing, to keep our community economically diverse, and to help all of our most vulnerable residents stay here and have safe, secure housing, I say thank you for all of your efforts. I'm grateful for your leadership and for all the work that the city does, the planning department does in order to create more housing for our whole community. So thank you very much.
Well, and thank you for your efforts and others in the affordable housing community. It means a very great deal to us, and we're so grateful. And if you would like, please join us here on the dais, and we'll take a photo.
Oh, terrific. Thank you.
Go ahead and go over to the mic if you have further comments. It's fine. Oh, I think we need a clerk to do that, maybe. Sorry.
So I want to invite everybody to a tree planting that we are going to be doing tomorrow at Colorado Park Apartments, 1141 Colorado Avenue. We're planting 10 trees there in partnership with Canopy, and afterwards we'll be celebrating Cinco de Mayo. You're all welcome to come and join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. So next is our closed sessions, but I'm going to quickly jump to agenda changes, additions, and deletions because the clerk has kindly passed out a updated agenda with new times. Mr. City Manager, all right, I was stalling until you got there. Would you like to share with us about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Caught me by surprise there. So if the changes reflected what expectations we had, we did have an error on the time. Oops, that one. Okay, it's not on this one. No wonder I didn't see it. There was an error on the time estimate for the budget study session, so that's been corrected. And as such, later in your agenda this evening, we'll dispense with city manager comments. You have received those. Those are being distributed publicly. And also, just unrelated to the time estimate, but nonetheless important to flag, items 14 and 15 will be taken in reverse order. So the city council will take up item 15 first and then item 14.
I think the important thing to note is that the study session on the budget was previously reflected as 30 minutes, is now 60. So basically everything iterates 30 minutes ahead. And I just wanted to, that's why I flipped it to earlier so we could give the public a little notice of that time change. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
And with that, we'll move on to our closed session items. We have items 2 and 3, conference with the city attorney, potential litigation on 156 North California Avenue is item 2. Item 3 is conference with real property negotiators regarding 4000 Middlefield Road, informally known as the Cubberley site. Do we have any public comment on either of those 2 items?
Yes, we do. We have one request to speak.
Okay,
Our
thank you.
first speaker is Herb B.
Good evening. On item 1, as discussed before, although there's no litigation now, when there is litigation, you identify your negotiators and indicate it's a session with them, and have been negotiators appointed at this time, for this item. Secondly, the address shown doesn't exist, and if it did exist, it would be on the other side of the street and on the other side of the Caltrain and Alma Street. So that alone is a defect in the allegedly, time cutoff on the date for when you can act on this. On item number 2, Coverly is a former high school, and if it was operating as a high school, nobody would be saying that there were suicides because it was close to the railroad tracks. They might have to, if there was a suicide cluster. So as sort of an open idea, since we've had suicide clusters at the other 2 high schools, and it's allegedly not because of underlying psychological issues, but because of the train tracks, one possibility to think outside the box is to switch Coverly with one of those other 2 sites and make Coverly a high school again. And if it's really the train tracks that are the problem, then switch that with one of the other 2 high schools. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on closed session items 2 and 3.
All right, thank you. May I have a motion to go into closed session, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, colleagues. Seeing no lights on for discussion, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Mayor Finker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. So we expect to be back around 7 o'clock, or 7:05. soon as I get the look. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now resume our meeting. We're going to move to general public comment for matters not on the agenda. And I want to give a heads up that for item 15, for which it's a public hearing, and our labor partners are able to give a special 6-minute presentation. I'm going to open that up after general public comment, and then we will defer the rest of the item till later in the agenda. So right now, Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have for general public comment?
For general public comment, we have 3 requests to speak.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Tim M.
Greetings. My name is Tim McKenzie, and I'm with the Silicon Valley Democratic Socialists of America. I'm here to comment on Information Report C about flock safety and automated license plate readers. I'm urging you to cancel the ALPR contract for cause, remove all the cameras, and pursue a lawsuit against flock safety for violation of contract and state law. The memo explains that flock safety allowed our local ALPR data to be illegally accessed from agencies outside California for over a year. The claim that we had no responsive data to share is not a solace. If police broke down your door, searched through your things without a warrant, and then tried to tell you, well, it's okay, we didn't take anything for evidence, your Fourth Amendment rights weren't violated, would you accept that? Would that be okay? Flock safety violated the city's carefully crafted policies, and they broke our contract and state law. They've only just implemented 2-factor authentication after these breaches. It's irresponsible to continue to reward them with city dollars when they've been proven to be unreliable time and again. It's not just here that these violations have occurred. Mountain View, Menlo Park, Los Altos, Santa Clara County have had similar exposures in violations of carefully crafted surveillance use policies. The widespread nature of these data breaches opens the opportunity for local cities to collaborate in a lawsuit against flock safety for violating our rights. Palo Alto should cancel the flock contract for cause, take down the cameras as soon as possible, and in the meantime, shut them off and stop collecting data like occurred within Mountain View when the police chief shut off the cameras for the violation of contract. We heard the signal on May Day, SOS, safety over surveillance. Cancel the contract with Flock, take down the cameras. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Barbara H.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Barbara Hazlett. I'm a 45-year resident in Professorville. I'm here again to speak against the proposed closure of the Churchill Avenue rail crossing. Churchill today carries roughly 9,500 vehicles a day, along with bicyclists and pedestrians. Closing Churchill does not eliminate the demand. Rather, it redistributes it onto corridors like Oregon Expressway and Embarcadero Road. These arterials have already been identified by the city as more stressful and less safe for vulnerable users like our hundreds of school children. Thus, the proposal moves a risk onto corridors where the consequences of a mistake are much more severe. Importantly, both the Palo Alto Police and Fire Departments have expressed quote-unquote significant concerns that this will impact their response times to incident locations. This is extremely harmful to all North Palo Alto residents, as delays in emergency response can make the difference between life and death. The city will face liability for a Churchill closure based on 2 important facts. Number 1, they will be rerouting a traffic count of thousands onto a known hazardous corridor. Number 2, the risk is clearly foreseeable, which has been attested to by our own police, and fire departments. I'll say it again. These risks are not hypothetical, they are foreseeable. Bottom line, you can't eliminate one of the only 3 high-intensity thoroughfares and not expect harmful fallout. A sound approach to deterring suicides has been implemented in accordance with the widely signed petition requesting 24-hour security guards at this and all of the other Palo Alto rail crossings. As has been repeatedly demonstrated in your own straw poll at the April 15th council meeting and in news reports and related commentary, the vast majority of your constituents are opposed to closure. Please do not trade a set of risks that has been effectively addressed for another that is more severe. Thank you for understanding this critical public safety matter.
Our next speaker is Roger S.
My name's Roger Smith. I've lived here for 60 years, and great place to live. I just met Barbara a minute ago, and she did not know about our fire department's thing that you can sign up and you get free medical help to the hospital or wherever. And I can't remember how much it is, but it's less than, I think, $20 a month. And not a lot of people know about that. So anyway, I think it's one of the greatest deals in town. Number 2, I discovered today that next Monday, the item concerning the Churchill is going to be the last item on the agenda. I think it's scheduled for 9 o'clock, but my history and for the council tends to run a little later, so that's going to be really late for old guys like me. And I would encourage us, because it's one of the biggest things that I have seen in this town in at least 10 years. And I would encourage the council to move that to number 1. And also, without public comment, I think we could accommodate that timeline. So please consider that as good customer service. And I'm a big believer in good customer service. So thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
All right, thank you, and thank you to our public commenters. I am now going to open the public hearing, item 15, report on city vacancies and recruitment efforts, solely for the purpose of allowing recognized labor unions to make whatever presentations they might care to, if they wish to do it now. I will then defer the rest of this matter until later in the evening, and when we come to that agenda item. And I will just ask that anyone that is considering making these comments consider that at that point we will have heard the staff presentation, and you may wish to do it closer to our deliberation. So are there any labor unions who wish to make a presentation now on item 15? If so, please approach the podium. And then, okay, and you have up to 6 minutes.
Our first speaker is Rob, MD.
Hi. Good evening, Council. My name is Rob McDonald. I represent building inspectors as part of the SEIU. I want to speak just a bit about the positive part of retention. Prior to the last negotiations, we had 4 inspectors for 8 positions and basically doing the job of 2 people. Since then, we've been fully staffed, and the quality of work along with the quality of life has been increased with every new hire, and it's really been a joy to work under those circumstances. So there's some very positive things that have happened in our department, and I would also like to see some of that transfer over to people who have problems, like water quality control, also the utilities with their line people. Along the lines of the retention, I'd like to discuss quickly about the Palo Alto healthcare for employees in relation to nearby cities, particular attention to the employee plus family. Now, comparing median annual employee costs for 8 non-limited plans available, the Employee Plus families in Palo Alto pay 10% more in relation to San Mateo, 66% more in relation to Redwood City, and 755% in relation to Santa Cruz. Employee Plus One, 2% more San Mateo, 225% more Redwood City, 505% more in Santa Cruz. And lastly, for the employees only, it's 89% more in San Mateo, 139% more in Redwood City, and 107% in Santa Cruz. Quite remarkable. That, step back. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ricardo V.
Hello, I'm Ricardo Valadez. I work with at the Water Quality Control Plant as a laboratory technician. And speaking to the retention issues that he mentioned, we need to be looking at incentives to retain our employees. The recent examples, such as the access to Palo Alto school districts and the Bay Pass, were excellent ideas, and they're great. And they add relatively little cost to the city. One avenue I think that we could focus on next is our commutes. So there's a lot of employees that work in the city that live very far away. And with recent fuel costs, that's becoming more of a concern. The city could help to alleviate this burden by allowing work from home whenever possible, and exploring the option of opening up employee barracks so that employees that have very long shifts could have a place to sleep, or if, say, they're on call, maybe they need just somewhere to sleep for a few hours, because in that time that they commute very far and then they come back, they're already tired. We don't want them on the road. If they had a place to sleep, then it'd be a lot better. For jobs that are experiencing very high turnover and vacancy rates, I would suggest performing a targeted market study against those very organizations that were losing that talent and experience too. This would go a long way toward improving retention rates and maintaining a quality service to the residents here in Palo Alto. That's it.
Our next speaker is Marcelo A.
Marcelo Arias. I work for Water Quality. First of all, I want to apologize because I was not ready for this. I had to improvise since some of my coworkers got sick. So since I know you guys, one of the things you guys understand the most is numbers, because pretty much that's what I see that we are for you guys, numbers. So in water quality, I've been working for 4 years and 8 months. And these 4 years, there's been 30 people that retire or switch jobs because they found better opportunities. From those 30 people, most of them, they just move. Just a few of them retire. And to me, that's kind of sad because there's around 30 people working there. When I started water quality 4 years and 8 months, and my first month and second month, there was a fatality in utilities. And the way I see it, that's pretty much where we're heading. Because soon we're gonna have the blind leading the blind, which what I mean is the new guy training the new guy. And the next 5 years, 10 people are gonna retire, which are the ones with the most experience. 3 of them are supervisors, the other ones are operators, senior operators, and mechanics. So once they retire, who is gonna take those positions? Usually it's somebody who's been there for a while. And most likely, you're gonna have a senior who is gonna be 2 or 3 years on the job. And this is a job that takes years to learn. It's not something that it's overnight. And if you don't want to have it in your conscience one day, that you have to call somebody for a fatality. Let's try to improve our retention. There's ways to incentivize people to stay to work for Palo Alto. I know it's kind of hard if you guys, I don't know, but one way that we can lack employees probably is financing their housing at lower interest rates than what they are in the market. Maybe another one's bringing back the pension, like not the pension, like medical, the Medicare, or not Medicare, I'm sorry, the health insurance. Like the health insurance, before it used to be 10 years of service and you will get a health insurance. Now, it's not 10 years anymore, now it's 20 years. So a lot of people, they come and they just leave. They found something better somewhere else, closer to home. We know that it's gonna be hard to get people to stay here because they live far away. But maybe there's ways around, so we just have to think about it and work a little bit more together. Thank you.
And those are the names that were submitted for the first section of public comment for action item 15.
All right. Thank you, and thank you to those public commenters. I'm now going to suspend this item. We will defer further action, public comment, staff presentations, all of that until later in the agenda on this item, when we will continue item 15. All right, so with that, let's move to our next item after public comment. Did you have any others? No, that was it for now.
We have a few others in chambers, but I believe they'd like to speak after the staff presentation. If that is incorrect, feel free to.
Yeah. No, I think we're good on that. Okay, so let's move on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Colleagues? I know it's been a couple of weeks, so Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I got my wrist to work on that light there, so that I just wanted to say again what a pleasure it is to participate in the Mayfet parade for whatever that's been for the city, and I think like 17 years in a row for me. Wouldn't miss it. Would still like to have it longer, as we talked about last year. Was going to go maybe back to Webster, where all the folks can hang out from their balconies and cheer and so on, and that didn't happen, so I'd like to see that considered again. And it's also always great to have bags of swag for the kids, so would ask that to be added to the list for next year. But I talked with people who were a lot of people were actually in the parade, because I stayed at the park for a while. They had a great time, and some of the folks out there watching had a great time as well. So very, very good community event.
Excellent. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll second Councilmember Lowing's interest or gratitude about the Mayfet Parade and interest in returning it to some of its earlier glory with a longer parade route, carnival at the end for the kids, and floats. I know a lot of people work really hard on that, and it used to look a certain way some years ago, and then it changed, and I keep hearing on the day of that reminiscence about, oh, wouldn't it be great if it was, all of this and more. In the realm of celebrating and being joyful, I want to announce again that the City of Palo Alto is putting on its first Pride event. This is an extraordinary undertaking on the part of staff in Director Kristen O'Kane's office, working with community partners like Palo Alto Recreation Foundation, a number of volunteers. It's going to be on Sunday, June 7th, right here at King Plaza from 2 to 5. And the city's going to be blocking off a portion of Hamilton so people can cross safely over to the closed-off portion of Ramona for a bit more of a party atmosphere. So Madam Clerk has put the visual on the screen so people can see this beautiful design, initiated by Palo Alto Youth, and in collaboration with our city communications department. Thank you to Megan Horgan-Taylor for that. And it's just really coming together well. We're developing a number of different sponsors for the event. It's going to be performances, some speeches, some tabling, some music, a true celebration. So also delighted to say that our police department has a badge that says Palo Alto in pride colors that they're going to be wearing during the month of June, which is extraordinary. So for our first time, I think we've got something pretty special in the works, and we really do owe it to our youth who have really taken the lead on making this happen with tremendous support from city staff and partners in the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. I just wanted to share that on Friday, the Kaminar, which is a nonprofit outpatient treatment center catering to young adults, open on Cambridge, and it is a major facility with really a great addition to the services offered to our residents, and we're really fortunate to have them having selected Palo Alto for a major facility. So that's an update.
I love all this great news. Yes to the May Fete. I remember when Big Bird was the Grand Marshal and my toddler was very excited, and the Pride planning has been a joy to be a part of, and I can't wait to raise that new flag. And exciting news about Kaminar. I will add that last week, for Earth Month, I signed the Mayor's Monarch Pledge, and thereby we join a coalition of local leaders across the country working to protect the monarch butterfly. Since 2015, signatories have engaged more than 16 million people and restored or enhanced more than 12,000 acres of habitat. And so we will be among them protecting this migratory butterfly that whose population is dwindling. It will be part of and consistent with our sustainability goals, and we will do things such as engage with community garden groups and nature centers to encourage planting of native milkweeds and nectar-producing plants and other items. So I'm excited about that. So while we didn't have council last week, I managed to keep busy, and I'll go quickly through some of the things that I feel I should share in chronological order. Last week, the Northern California Power Agency Commission had met, as did the Executive Committee, up at Shasta Lake, where we toured Shasta Dam, from which this city gets a significant amount of our electric power. I need to share that they typically have a staff of about 200 employees, and right now, approximately half of those positions are vacant due to the federal fork in the road letters, and we hear a third round is coming. But right now, they are good, operating well, morale is good, but I felt obliged to share that with you. The most notable item from the commission meeting is that we voted to accept the application of Lassen Municipal Utilities District to become an NCPA member. They met the application criteria, but there will be various analyses done about their fitness to become a member and to consider what type of member they should become. And I won't bore you with all those details, but there will be a lot of analysis and discussion to come on that. The next day, I drove from Redding to Sacramento to join the League of California Cities meeting there. In addition to attending conference sessions, several of us from the Peninsula Division of the League met with members of the state legislature where we advocated for city issues. We met with, for example, Senator Becker, Senator Wiener's staff members, and others. I will say they were running a video on the screens there that was made for Cities Week, during which yours truly had a cameo of a whole 10 seconds, I think, but I was talking about our household hazardous waste recycling center because it was a sustainability theme, so at least we got a shout out in the midst of the other cities there. Thereafter, I traveled to Washington, D.C. on behalf of the Northern California Power Agency, where we held a federal policy conference. There, we met with members of Congress on Capitol Hill about public power and the needs currently, and members that we met with included Senator Schiff, Representative Josh Harder, and Representative Lateefah Simon from the Bay Area. So then I came back, and finally, on this past Friday, we had our Sustainable Data Centers Conference at Stanford that this city co-sponsored with the Dorr School of Sustainability. Huge kudos to Terry Crowley in the Utilities Department here for backing me up on this, and to the team at the Stanford Dorr School who basically handled everything while the managing director of the Bits and Watts lab at the Precourt Institute, his name is Liang Min, he and I put together speakers and an agenda with a big lift coming from the U.S. climate mayors. So I want to also thank NCPA and the Bay Area Air District for co-sponsoring and sending speakers. And just briefly, the provost kicked off the day and the dean concluded it. And in between, we worked through how cities like ours, with small players, small data centers approaching us, all the way to cities hosting hyperscalers, can set sustainable and attainable guardrails on data centers, and how we can work together across regions and across levels of government to avoid competing with each other in a race to the bottom on how we negotiate with data centers, and instead work together in a race to the top that protects the water we drink, the air we breathe, and the reliability and affordability of the electric power we all rely on. So Representative Liccardo, Senator Becker, Assemblymember Pappen, former Secretary of Energy Stephen Chu, Mayor Gallego of Phoenix, Mayor Jones of San Antonio, a U.S. Conference of Mayors rep came out who is used to working with Larry Klein, mayor of Sunnyvale, so he came and they did a session. David Cohen was there from the city of San Jose, but also heads up the data centers work with the League of California Cities, where he is the second vice president. PG&E, Google, Prologis, Equinix, the Bay Area Air District, the California State Water Board, all sent speakers. So it was a very, very cross-sector event as opposed to just policymakers talking to each other or industry talking to each other. So we got lots of good feedback from the local city attendees up and down the peninsula and around the Bay who participated. So I think we've started on a good path to get some rational guardrails set around this important topic. Okay. I've talked long enough that I've inspired Councilmember Rekdal. You're next.
Okay, yeah, I have two things to mention. Last Friday, I had a tour of the horizontal levee, also known as the living levee, and staff has done some really good work over the years on that. In fact, Councilmember Lowing and I were on Parks and Rec as that went through. So it was fun to see the fruits of our labor. And with sea level rise, there's a lot of eyes around the Bay. A lot of people are watching to see how this is. This is going to be a really good way of protecting the land from sea level rise, but also providing habitat. So it's a really nice project. The second thing is Mayfet. I enjoyed that. I mean, projects like this are just a great part of Palo Alto. And so it was a good thing. The bands were there. Afterwards, we could linger. The two things I'd like to see is bring back the floats. It was always fun. When our kids were in elementary, making those floats was a really big part. And also, I always enjoy marching by Channing House and seeing the people. It's a highlight for them to watch the parade. So if we could reroute it just a couple blocks more to go around Channing House, I think it'd be a really good idea. Okay, thank you.
I'd say +1, but I want to say +2 because to both of those. On that mayor's climate panel the week before last, when I mentioned our living levee, boy, did the mayor of Sausalito get excited. So I'm excited that we're leading the way on that. All right, thank you all. We will move on now to our study session, which is the city manager transmittal of the fiscal year 2027 proposed operating and capital budget. City manager, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Let's take a minute for our staff to get set up. All right, I think we're close enough. I'd just like to make a few introductory comments, and then I'll hand it off to our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Lauren Lai. So simply for the purpose of context, let me just note for the council and community that this is the first look, the first public discussion that the council will have on the recently released fiscal year 2026-27 proposed budget. It was published really just last week per the city's charter. Would note, as has, I think, already struck folks, that this is a year of navigating fiscal challenges, largely because of major tax revenue adjustments and current economic uncertainties. Nonetheless, we are presenting you with a proposed budget that retains our high-quality services and managing community impacts. The budget does offer a set of trade-offs and, again, choices to preserve these quality services, advancing council priorities, and longstanding investments in critical infrastructure. Would note that the effort that we're kicking off this evening is not a new one. It has been really underway for the better part of at least the past year. I would note that the organization's ongoing cost containment through managing vacancies and managing our decisions on filling vacancies has been an effort really, again, that has been underway for the better part of the past year, as well as other ongoing cost containment measures. As a result, we're able to bring forward a budget that is, while recognizing it does include some reductions, these have been managed really much better than could otherwise have been possible. That said, also want to note that there is much that the city has ongoing. Wouldn't want folks to have the interpretation that we're eliminating and not continuing with multiple city priorities. Don't need to look much farther than your current calendar for the month of May, as just a sampling of ongoing activities, many of which will continue into the new fiscal year. Just note, as has previously been mentioned, Mayfet Parade being an example of ongoing activities that the city has and will continue to support. This Friday, we've got the ribbon cutting on the 50-unit affordable housing Eden Metro Park Place project, again advancing our affordable housing agenda. Next week, the City Council, as has been referencing, will be discussing the proposed potential temporary closure of Churchill Avenue, again, really reflecting the city's ability to respond to emergencies as they have arisen. Also, ongoing discussions on oversized vehicles. Again, we'll be coming back to the City Council soon. The following week, we have Home Key celebration with the imminent opening of that transitional housing center. Again, the week after, we have Newell Road Bridge celebration to kick off the construction start in earnest. And then finally, the Bryant Street Community Center will also be celebrating and opening this month. So again, while the upcoming budget reflects really a belt tightening, nonetheless want to acknowledge the ongoing activities and priorities that the city organization is continuing to advance. So that said, let me turn it over to our CFO to walk you through the picture for the upcoming fiscal year.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members of the public. Lauren Lai, the Chief Financial Officer for the city, and with me are also Robert Valenticones and also Jonathan Rowers, who are the budget manager. First, like I usually do, I give thanks to everyone that's been involved in developing this budget, especially to the council leadership, the executive team, and all staff. I have the privilege to be here to present this to you. So as noted, we're going to present the fiscal 27 proposed operating and capital budget. It's a fairly robust slide. I will keep it high level because out of just the essence of time and recognizing that tonight is the first look and tonight is an opportunity for council to convey to your finance committee colleagues your initial thoughts. So with that, I just ask that I may be able to go through all the slides and then maybe provide any context at the end. So with that, next slide, please. As mentioned by the city manager, this is a balanced budget, and we do incorporate many strategies and look to balance the financial challenges over the course of several years. We preserve important valued city services and make important generational investments into key infrastructure, in particular like electrification infrastructure. It reflects a lot of hard work, and when we unpack it for you even briefly tonight, but certainly over the next 2 days, I hope you can appreciate some of the efforts that have been put into what we are hoping to do, which is reduce community impact, look at different ways of providing services and delivering services, and also a closer look at our contracts. That green box is just kind of an excerpt of valued services, which City Manager did a great job of summarizing. Next slide, please. So similar to prior years, we'll go over the calendar so members of the public can engage, stay informed, look at our council priorities, look at the outlook, summarize the citywide funds, general funds, the 5-year plan for capital. Importantly also is to highlight some of the reductions that we have in the general fund, look at utilities, and also some of the next steps over the course of the next 6 weeks. Next slide, please. So this is a budget calendar. Here we are tonight, which is May 4th, to transmit the budget to you all. Over the next 2 days, we'll have the budget committee workshops with Finance Committee. We'll come back on Monday, next Monday, to recap the Finance Committee considerations thus far. Then Finance Committee will hear Council's remarks, take that into our budget wrap-up on May 19th. Then we'll bring that all back for Council adoption on June 15th. Next slide, please. These are the city's visions and also the 2026 4 council priorities focused on housing, carbon, business vibrancy, and government efficiencies. Next slide, please. At a high level, the city's budget is $1 billion. It's 1.05. You'll see there in parentheses that it's a 1.9% increase over prior years, which is very modest when you think of just CPI. In addition, if you look at the general fund, the budget is about $311 million. That's actually a reduction of 1.1%. The capital budget is about $313.6 million for fiscal '27, and we do a 5-year plan. The 5-year plan is $1.2 billion. It's a multi-year strategy in terms of balancing the budget because we project, again, it's a projection. We project that the general fund will have a $17.1 million deficit that we're solving in this budget. In terms of order of magnitude, that's about 5.5%. We will continue the fiscal '26 reductions that Council approved in September into '27 and onwards to the extent necessary. And the Budget Stabilization Reserve, known as our BSR, is forecasted to be between 17% and 18%. Next slide. So I'll go over these quickly, but to solve the $17 million deficit, we'll start with expenditure reductions. $6.8 million of reductions focused on streamlining administration, modernizing our systems, relinquishing some budget encumbrances by looking at contracts more closely, and also a net reduction of 22.25 positions. That's citywide. As noted by City Manager Shikata, a lot of it is focused on our vacancy management and potential reassignment to impacted positions. This largely avoids layoffs. On the revenue side, we're proposing $1.7 million of revenue enhancements focused on fees and rates. Also, as you may recall, increasing our investment returns on our assets through policy update and portfolio management. And fostering economic development. Next slide, please. Use of one-time funding is $2.6 million. This is not BSR. We are looking at other sources of funding that will be eligible to continue some of our valued services, in particular Measure B, SUMC, and then also Hamilton Avenue. On the capital investment side, as you may recall, we reduced capital funding from the general fund by $1 million in fiscal '26. We carry that reduction, and on top of that, we have another $1.5 million reduction. So that is the reduction of the transfer from the general fund to the capital fund. With that said, the '27 budget includes $34.5 million of transfer made up of base and TOT, and that transfer is still larger than '26 transfer. So we continue to invest in our infrastructure and make the repairs necessary. Pension costs and liability is a reduction of $4.5 million. You may recall we're managing our costs for pension and liability, focus on our Section 115 trust. This includes the ADP and ADC payments to CalPERS. Next slide, please. At a top line, as noted earlier, we are facing some challenges that really impacts our financial position. These are familiar to you because we've gone over them last year. I will call out the revenue ones in particular for this evening's discussion. The sales tax is the reduced allocation by the state board, and that's the one that is most notable in terms of making our projected deficit larger. In addition, property tax, we've moderated the growth projection there. Last but not least, the document transfer tax, which is the parcel tax when a property is sold. You may or may not be aware, there is an initiative called Save Proposition 13 Act of 2026, where the initiative proponents have taken the position that if the initiative is void if the existing local transfer tax was adopted without a 2/3 voter approval. And the proponents have identified Palo Alto as one of the jurisdictions that would be affected. What that would mean is that cities would have until December of 2028 to cease collecting that property transfer tax. For us, that's an approximate impact of $7.5 to $8 million a year to the general fund. That risk is out there, and this general fund budget does include that revenue in balancing the budget. Next slide, please. These are pie charts that show all cities' budget, all funds. So $1.05 billion sources basically are our revenues, and expenses are our expenditures. So you could see there the revenues for utilities and taxes, the expenses for staffing, utility purchases, and capital improvements. Next slide, please. This is a chart of historical full-time staffing comparisons, noting that in '27's budget, we are projected to have 1,088 positions. 591 of those are in the general fund, and it's a net reduction of 22.25 positions. Next slide, please. This pie chart represents the general fund revenues and expenses. As you can see there, the mix of taxes, in particular the primary taxes, and also charges for services. And as a service organization, you can also see the composition of our expenses. And as noted earlier, the $311 million is actually a reduction of budget expenses compared to last year. Next slide, please. We always like to give you about a 3 to 5 year look ahead. This look ahead is based on current service level and based on revenue portfolios. This shows the general fund revenue and expenses and also the BSR, the Budget Stabilization Reserve. The '27 is balanced with a slight deficit in '28 and '29, and the out years look better. Keep in mind, this does require ongoing discipline on ongoing costs and also utilizing the Section 115 for ADC and ADP. And it will be very important as we go through our deliberation to be mindful of council priorities and what we can fund above and beyond what's already considered. Next slide, please. This is a line chart of our general fund revenue major taxes. It trends 2019 through 2027. I want to call your attention to sales tax because you'll see in the blue line, that's the dip. The TOT actually also shows some volatility as well. Property tax has been moderated, and then also the DTT, which is the document transfer tax that I mentioned that we want to keep a watchful eye on. Next slide, please. Now we'll go into what we call city service areas, CSAs. The city has 4 of them. I'll keep this conversation high level. First, we'll start with the investments and then the high level reductions, starting with internal service support and administration, which is admin. Our investments will continue to help us manage liabilities, real property management, administration, organizational resilience, creating a positive workplace, and supporting council with our priorities. Next slide. Internal support and administration. We are proposing to eliminate 5.25 positions. Most notably there, a couple of management position, administrative support, and also reducing non-personnel administration. You'll notice throughout here that we'll have a lot of reduction across the departments, focus on administrative efficiency. Next slide, please. Community services and library, we're continuing to invest in our nonprofits, continuing funding of HISRAP. $200,000 is included in Alcove, and we have operationalized YCS, Environmental Volunteers, Neighborhood Abroad. We are advancing Coverly, continuing the appropriation. We are keeping some of the libraries open for 7 days a week at Mitchell Park and Rinconada, and also fully operationalizing 429 Bryant for teen and community center utilization. Next slide. In community and library services, we are proposing to eliminate 6 positions and adding 1 position, impacting the library and also parks maintenance, repurposing the PAUSD agreement resources, and also augmenting resources in order to activate 429 Bryant for teen and community center. Next slide, please. Planning and Transportation CSA, we are investing in our CDBG and our housing programs, leveraging Measure K for the comprehensive area plan for San Antonio corridor, and also leveraging Measure B for safe routes to school. Next slide, please. On planning and transportation reductions, we are proposing to eliminate 3 planner positions, also eliminating PA Link and converting it to a voucher program, and allocating capital and Measure B funding towards eligible staffing cost and activities. Next slide. Last but not least, for infrastructure and environment, we are investing in the continual upkeep of our infrastructure plan and investing in our essential infrastructure. We are putting money towards the electrification distribution system and also our multi-year SCAP projects. It's important for us to support our downtown districts and business vibrancy and continue to sustain cleaning and pressure washing of those corridors. And also, we are focused on providing cost allocations and partnerships between Public Works and the utility funds for ongoing operations. The reductions, next slide please, within infrastructure and environment includes 10 FTE, freezing 3 and adding 3. Most of the reductions relate to AMI, which is the advanced meter infrastructure. Those are planned reductions based on the successful completion of those projects. In regional water quality, we are proposing to add 3 positions, and we're proposing to recommend 3 freezes related to fiber, given the timing of those projects and also as a budget saving measure. Next slide. This is actually the last CSA. Public safety. We are investing in track crossing monitors. This proposed budget includes the appropriation through February of 2027. It also moves forward with the activation and implementation of our 12-hour peak medic unit. Also continues to fund the PERC clinician, activating our public safety building, funding Fire Station 4 renovation, and also important equipment, fleet, and technology in public safety. Next slide. Public safety reductions. We're proposing 3 eliminations, 3 freezes, and 1 add. We are proposing to freeze, which means that we're going to pilot this and look at it again in 28. 1 sergeant position. That will be civilianized. The scheduling will move to an administrative assistant. a program assistant, that's the ad, and then the other duties will go to the 13 other sergeants. We will propose to freeze an EMS manager, and then also the firefighter trainee. Again, this will not hold up the implementation of the 12-hour medic unit. We have a couple of vacant positions related to fire trainee, a community service officer position, and then also we're looking at reducing crossing guard contract. And as a budget savings and also given availability of these engines, we are proposing to procure a diesel fire engine instead of the hybrid model. Next slide. Shifting to CIP. The CIP plan is a $1.2 billion plan spanning 5 years, spanning 217 projects over 3 funds. Next slide. We're very proud of these noteworthy projects that will complete in 27. There are others, but I want to call your attention to Mitchell Park Library repair, Hamilton Avenue system upgrade, and Knoll Bridge replacement. In the 5-year plan, we're very pleased to include the quiet zone improvement, Elwell Court and Development Office, and then also natural grass field and water system master plan. Next slide, please. The utility funds every year go through rate setting. What's before you is a summary of the adopted rates and also the proposed rates that have made their way through UAC and Finance Committee. You'll note there 2 asterisks for electric and gas. So far, the Finance Committee have deliberated on the electric side. I want to call your attention that the vote was to increase the electric fund next year 4.5%. Instead of 6%, and on the gas rate proposal of 9%, there was a split vote of 2 to 1. Next slide, please. Please join us. Community members, your engagement, your thoughts are really important as we navigate through this budget. I'm very proud of what we've put together and very proud of the services we'll continue to be able to serve this community with. These are the dates for our upcoming budget deliberations, and you can find all this material and more online. Last slide, please. So tonight, Mayor, Council, this is an evening for you to provide general guidance to your Finance Committee colleagues for their upcoming detailed work in reviewing the budget document, and also to clarify some understanding of the budget process, the material, and our roles. So with that, Mayor, I turn the floor over to you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Both for the presentation tonight and for all the work that I know you, the team, and the broader staff members put into this. It's a very deep and thoughtful analysis with some difficult calls that have to be made, and we appreciate the insight and recommendations in it, so much appreciated. Before I go to public comment, I want to ask our finance chair whether you have any comments that you would like to add.
I would only like to emphasize the last slide that our CFO put up there, which is that this is the first look to give more time to 4 of us, of the 7 of us, and less time to the 3 of us that are on that committee, because we want to hear sort of broad directions of, hey, this seems to be left out, or why are we doing this? And more so that than the detail of how many firemen, things like that. So we really need that to make our next 2 days really productive. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's go to public comment on the budget item. Madam Clerk, do we have public commenters?
Yes, we do. We have 8 requests to speak.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Mary Jo F.
Good evening. In 2014, the city took control of the Palo Alto Airport, even though it had been losing money for decades. The city also loaned the airport about $3.1 million at a simple interest rate of 3%. And the airport has started to repay the loan to the tune of $270,000 per year. Some claimed in 2014 that the airport would be in the black by 2018. It would be interesting to know the actual profit and loss of the airport since that time. The recent report that recommended increasing airport fees, which is a really good idea, stated that the airport lost $200,000 in fiscal 2025 and is projected to lose another $175,000 in fiscal 2026. Residents deserve to see more information about the airport, how it's used, by whom, the impacts, and the financial position. And the financial disclosure is crucial, given that the airport is planning 6 capital improvement projects at a cost of $12 million between 2027 and 2031. The current expected revenue shortfall after the FAA grants is still $2.4 million. This will not be fully covered by the state of California. Resident expects fiscal responsibility and accountability in all city matters. That's also true for the airport. Residents don't expect to subsidize the airport, and in particular non-airport residents, non-Palo Alto residents, especially when the city is facing a deficit and planning to cut services. And by the way, a non-resident storing a plane at PAO doesn't make that person a resident, a Palo Alto resident. The city often claims that it wants to be transparent, which is a great value. Please show it, publish the PAO profit and loss statement since 2014 in the next PAO annual report, which hopefully will also include other important information such as the airport usage and the noise complaints, including the legitimate PAO noise complaints that are submitted through stopjetnoise.net, not directly received by the airport. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Helen G.
Good evening. Thank you for your continued focus on student safety. I've seen real progress. For example, the city recently painted the curb red at the crosswalk at my child's elementary school to improve visibility for daylighting. So I want to thank you for making that happen. However, this budget proposal feels like a step backward. To save about $100,000, which is 0.01% of the city's operating budget, the city's proposing to eliminate 4 crossing guards who directly protect our children, as well as a community service officer for parking enforcement and traffic control, who also keeps the roads safe. Meanwhile, citywide contract services are proposed to increase by $16 million, a 25% increase. One of the crossing guards to be eliminated is at Meadow and Alma. Every day, hundreds of students bike to Gunn High School through that intersection. As you know, Alma is a high-traffic road and cars move very fast, sometimes as much as highway speeds, and they make quick turns. My own kids tell me how much those crossing guards matter. They stop turning cars and they create a safe moment for students to cross and get to school. They help kids get to school safely. 2 years ago, several children got hit by cars, and the city hired crossing guards in response to that. At the time, the city put out a statement: community safety is our #1 priority. City Manager Shikata announced, the goal is to ensure the environment is as safe as we can make it. And yet, here we are, proposing to balance the budget on the backs of these kids trying to get to school safely. Please prioritize student safety before another child gets hurt. Let's keep these essential crossing guards and community service officer. Thank you so much for your service.
Our next speaker is Shawnee K.
Thank you. I'm Shani Kleinhaus. I'm a resident, I'm a PRC commissioner, and a liaison to the Palo Alto Nature Preserves as part of the commission. I do not represent the commission here, as we have not discussed the budget for 2027. The proposed budget would, I quote, reduce irrigation at Foothills Nature Preserve through implementation of Tier 1 drought measures and considerations of historic water use. So I urge you to remove this proposed budget cut. First, Foothills is already implementing and operating under Tier 1 drought conditions, with irrigation levels already reduced substantially from historical levels. Second, the irrigation system is interconnected, and it includes not only the lawn areas, but also Boronda Lake. And budget cuts and water cuts could cause water levels to drop. That risks the lake becoming a stagnant pool with algae bloom and other degraded conditions in the lake itself. That would be quite upsetting to visitors and to the wildlife. Third, there is a real ecological impact of cutting the water all at once. Resident wildlife depends on that water in the irrigated areas, especially in the dry season. And I think this is why it's such a gem, and you see more wildlife in Palo Alto than elsewhere, and people like to see that, the deer, the coyotes, the gophers even, and the turkeys. People enjoy them, and the loss of irrigation all of a sudden would really shock an ecosystem that has come to rely on these conditions. And finally, it will really impact all the people that come to Foothills because they love this place. Both residents and non-residents, individuals, families, groups come to fish in Palo and play and picnic and observe wildlife and enjoy day in nature. And the city programs rely on that. We have summer camps, all kinds of programs out there for people. So again, I urge you to remove this line item from the proposed budget cuts, and at the very least, consider studying and doing an evaluation of all the impacts to the environment, like algae and smells, or wildlife, or recreation and programming. How are all these going to be impacted? And look at that before the budget cut is implemented. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura A.
Good evening. My name is Laura Anthony. I'm the current PTA Council Chair for Safe Routes to School, but this evening I'm speaking as an individual. I understand the proposed budget envisions cutting 4 of the 33 crossing guards that protect our children on their way to and from school daily. I understand and greatly respect the very real budget issues facing the city and the need to make cuts, but this would be a very small savings that would have an outsized negative impact on our community. A reduction in crossing guards is not the right place to be making cuts. Each of the 33 guard locations went through a rigorous warranting process. These 33 guard locations have all been evaluated and deemed essential to ensure children's safety at the applicable intersections. In addition, without crossing guards present, more families will elect to drive their children to school because they feel less safe allowing them to walk or bike. That in turn has numerous downstream negative impacts in our community, affecting the environment, traffic congestion, the physical and mental well-being of our children and young people who would otherwise enjoy active commuting, and it makes it less safe for everyone else to continue walking and biking to school since there'll be more cars on the road. Crossing guards directly protect our children's safety on a daily basis. This is not the right place to cut services. Please find an alternative place besides the public safety budget to make cuts. Please preserve the existing funding for all of our existing crossing guards. Thank you so much for your service and for prioritizing children's safety in our community.
Our next speaker is John M.
Good evening, Mayor Wienker, Vice Mayor Stone. I'm John Melnichuk, and you can predict that I'm here about quiet zones and advocating for funding of them immediately. I wanted to thank the people who are organizing our budget. It was very easy for a resident to read and understand. I thought it was very well organized. I know there's a lot of tension about what we can afford and what we cannot afford in the city this year and in future years. It's with significant disappointment that I see quiet zones are not funded this year. I think it's on page 326 in your package. It's a long way down the list. I was hoping for number 1, but other things are more important, of course. Please consider moving the timetable forward to fund quiet zones. It ties in very well with the Churchill closure issue. It provides a citywide benefit to residents along a rail corridor, and it goes some measure towards protecting the students and crossings. The other thought I had was, could we ask the current the guards that are monitoring the level crossings to assist with crossing duties? They're there all day long. Can we leverage that and get a little more value from that contract? Did you follow my question there? Okay. And then can we ask for information about Caltrain and Palo Alto's strategy to improve rail safety? What's the timetable for that? What are the discussions ongoing there? Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Melinda M.
Hello, Council. I'm also here to talk about the quiet zones and my shock to see that we're looking at a project that's not funded until, or not operational until 2030. I really don't understand the source of funding. Measure K is a business tax revenue that, from what I read, has a cap of $500,000 a year as revenue. And I'm wondering what other sources of money are available to expedite this project, particularly at the Churchill Crossing. And what I don't understand in looking at this budget is $1.4 million for design costs. And again, Atherton has had a quiet zone since 2016 and added a new one this past year. Kimley Horn did a very extensive report for the Rail Committee, which to me outlined what needs to be done. And so spending the next 2 years, spending $1.4 million to essentially have the horns still blowing, as you've heard from me, 832 times horn blasts a day, plus the poor kids at Pali having to listen to the horns constantly during their school day. It seems that this is on page 346 and 347 of the budget. I'm wondering what Caltrain is going to put forward in terms of money to do this, and I don't understand why Measure K seems to be the sole source of funding for this. And it concerns me that funding might end up disappearing in the future, and we're looking at more and more years of impacts on our health. So thank you for listening, and I know that there's budgetary problems, but I think in terms of the goal of government efficiency, I think this could be moved forward much more expeditiously than it's showing in the budget. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tim H.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'd like to add on to other comments from Laura and Lean about the removal of port crossing guards. So these positions didn't appear out of nowhere. They were added in response to real incidents. After 2 students were struck in front of PAWS schools and hospitalized, including one in critical condition a couple of years ago, we all got together and the city acted, adding crossing guards to dangerous intersections. Now we're being asked to reverse that decision. This raises a serious question. Are we only willing to invest in student safety after something goes wrong? Because that's what this looks like. Crossing guards and track monitors, a cycle of reacting after the accidents. Then once there aren't problems anymore, we cut the protections and we find other uses for the money. We know what happens when the crossings are not properly managed. We've seen the consequences in our own community. Crossing guards are a simple, visible, and effective way to reduce risk during the most dangerous times of days for students, when everyone's in a hurry to get to work, when cars do incredibly dangerous things during drop-off. If we remove them now, we're choosing to accept a higher level of risk and crossing our fingers that nothing happens again. We should not wait for more child injuries before we take safety seriously. I urge you to keep the crossing guards in place and prioritize prevention, not reaction. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian C.
Hello. Good evening, members of the council. I'm also calling in to voice opposition to cut crossing guards in order to close the deficit. I believe this is a mistake. Public safety, really is the core responsibility of city government, and protecting our kids on their way to school is really the most fundamental version of that responsibility. And having dedicated crossing guards isn't just, convenience. It's really necessary. They're really the only thing that stands between a distracted driver and a child or kid at some of our most dangerous intersections. We're being told that we have to make quote unquote painful choices because of the deficit, but when you make a budget, the budget really reflects the values of the cities. So if we prioritize high-priced consultants and all sorts of long-term infrastructure visionary projects over the immediate physical safety of our kids, I believe our values are out of alignment. For example, I'd like the city council to look at the South Palo Alto Bike Pedestrian Connectivity Project, right? $500,000 was allocated at the end of last year on consultants to study all these potential possible crossings in South Palo Alto that the city already has spent time on, or staff has already presented, showing that these would be extremely expensive, they would be very difficult to do, they would require taking property, there are utilities all in the way, and yet we're going to fund $500,000 to fund this, continue studying this. I asked the city to table this project and use this money to allocate it to the crossing guards. The crossing guard position is about $100,000. We could fund these crossing guards for the next several years just by pausing the consulting fees on a single planning project such as this project, which we know won't ever come to fruition for at least another decade. And the city has also spent many millions of dollars in all sorts of other projects, designing the downtown parking garage for $2.4 million. We spent hundreds of thousands for projection services, for art festivals, and millions more on consultants. If we can find millions for all these other things, we can certainly find $100,000 for our kids. So let's choose the safety of our children today over the studies of tomorrow. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment for study session item 4.
All right, well, thank you very much, and thank you to our public commenters for taking the time to share your thoughts with us as we go into the budget process. And now is the time for my colleagues to share their thoughts so that the Finance Committee can go into its deliberations this week with our thoughts. Noting again that a week from tonight, we will have a chance to do another study session after they've been through meetings with all the department heads and going into doing a deeper dive on the budget. And then after it goes back to Finance Committee, we will have that last opportunity to deliberate and adopt the budget in June. So preliminary questions for staff to clarify or thoughts for our colleagues to consider. I'll first start with Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first, big thanks, as always, to City Manager, Director Lai, your entire team. I know this is such an incredible lift, especially in a year where we're dealing with some significant budget deficits and trying to maintain our level of service that our residents have come to expect is really challenging. And I think this is a great first draft. Of course, I have a few concerns and questions and thoughts, and also just appreciation to Finance Committee for the week ahead and the continuing work here. So I guess I'll start with, most of my concerns really related to public safety and following up on a lot of the public commenters around the 10% reduction of crossing guards. I'm curious, has staff had any conversations at all with the school district on being able to help share those costs of crossing guards so that we are able to maintain the current staffing levels?
I can confirm, and our police chief may want to expand, but yes, that topic has been broached at an initial stage. As council is aware, there has been leadership change at the school district, and as such, we are in touch with the current leadership there, but that is a topic we would want to continue.
Wonderful. And I see the Chief Lawn nodding his head, so good sign. I'm glad to hear that, and I've had the conversation with some board members as well who have been open to having that conversation. I mean, overall, I'm deeply concerned about reducing crossing guards, especially I think the cost savings of $102,000 when our general fund is about $311 million is not worth sacrificing such a valuable service and keeping our community both safe and friendly for our students. And so I'm sure we'll be able to find this another way. So I'm wondering, like, my thought would be keep it in the budget for now to be able to be fully staffed, continue to have those conversations with the school district to see if maybe we can do some cost recovery as the year progresses. Next question. It doesn't appear that the budget makes any reductions to sworn police officer positions or recruitment. Is that correct?
What do you mean by that question? Can you clarify?
I know there's a reduction of a 1 FTE for community service officer, but did not appear to be an actual reduction of like sworn police officer positions, such as within like the PAPOA bargaining unit.
There is one. There is the special events sergeant. So we are proposing to freeze that for a year to pilot what we're calling a civilianizing of the program. We're adding a program assistant position, that's the add in police. So the scheduling duties of that sergeant role would shift to this new position. Other duties of the special events coordinator sergeant would shift to the other 13 sergeants.
Okay.
So there is one position we're proposing on a one-year basis as we look on, see how we adapt.
So I'm curious what can be done to actually invest in the police department to be able to help improve the vacancy issue. I mean, instead of kind of going that way with an additional, maybe not cut, but freezing for the year, then who knows what that turns into long term. I guess, because my thoughts here is the audit that was released last week on police and fire staffing revealed the real world impacts on our budget of our current staffing problem in the police department. I know last year we budgeted for about $1 million for police overtime, but PD had to spend nearly $3.5 million in overtime, and that's a real significant budget risk. And it looks like if we don't do anything to try to close that gap, we're going to be making the same mistake this year and continuing to have that problem, especially with PD's vacancy around 12.8%, at least just within the PAPOA bargaining unit. So I think it would be helpful to be able to re-examine strategies to be able to improve those vacancies. I know we're having that conversation a bit tonight. I don't know what role the budget might be able to play in reducing those vacancies, but ultimately, I think this is one of the most important responsibilities of the city is public safety, being able to keep our community safe. I know the Daily Post this morning had a really good kind of article on that audit and was able to point to, I know, the New York City Police Department Inspector General report that found that officers were 36% more likely to get a substantiated complaint of lawsuit after working overtime. So I think this is a real issue. So interested to see what more how the budget can be used to kind of as a tool to address those vacancies. I don't know if staff has any thoughts at the moment.
I think tonight is to give some guidance to Finance Committee, some big areas for us to look into, and I think this is useful feedback.
Good to hear. And then I've got one more on public safety. I know I'm just a little over time. Then last question. So kind of back to that cut of the CSO, the community service officer, the one FTE position. So we'd be going from 5 to 4. Part of those duties, though, is oversized vehicle enforcement. I know we've directed staff to more proactively enforce our laws around OSVs. So I think this will probably be a question then for the chief, as far as if this reduction moves forward, how will that impact that enforcement work?
I think it's fair to say that it will have some impact on that enforcement work because we'll have to reallocate the totality of the CSO duties amongst fewer CSOs. So those a CSO that's presently doing what I'll call daily parking enforcement will likely have to take on a larger role doing OSV enforcement. So as a result, there may be less daily parking enforcement happening. Conversely, if they're reassigned back to daily parking, then there could be a diminished OSV enforcement. So it will become an issue of allocating assets between those priorities.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I feared and a concern of mine, given that being a not necessarily a council, well, a priority that we've discussed as a council for the enforcement, and that seems to make us go backward. Sorry, I'm over time. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Other colleagues? I know some of you have questions. Councilmember Rectal, I can see.
Okay. So I have some questions. I agree with the crossing guards. I think we need to work with either school district or find some other way to pay for it. I think it's essential, especially Alma and Meadow. I live near there. There's a lot of cars going through that. And I think we need to find some way of funding that. I think that's critical. The irrigation up at Foothills Park, I'm concerned also about both the lake becoming algae bloom, but also just if we do it too quickly, the plants and the wildlife won't adjust. And when we were in Parks and Rec, Darren Anderson had every park, and we went through very carefully and found out where can we reduce irrigation, and it was very systematic. And we were worried what was planted there, and how will that be affected if we cut back the water, and how fast can we cut back the water? So I really think this is something that has to go to the Parks and Rec and put it on their work plan of being very thoughtful of cutting back that irrigation. I think overall I am supportive of reducing irrigation in Foothills Park, but I think we have to do it wisely and not just quickly. Quiet zones, I mean, when I look at the budget, it looks like we have $400K. I don't think that funding is slowing down quiet zones. I think just the railroad, dealing with the railroads is slowing it down. So I don't think that's an issue for finance. I do support maintaining the funding of long-term nonprofits. I mean, these are important parts of our community. They provide really important services. I think we need to maintain those long relationships. So I support finance, finding some way of finding money for them. Fire trucks, I don't love diesel, but especially if we can find a used diesel, I think that's a really good option because I'm not thrilled. Buying a new diesel means we probably will have a diesel truck 15 years down the road, and I don't think we want that. But if we can find a used diesel, then I think that would be a really good, both for cash flow and also limit how long we're going to be running a non-hybrid. Infrastructure reserve. So we have $7.7 million in the capital budget for infrastructure reserve. So that's if any water main breaks or whatever, we use that. Is that correct?
Yes, but I think when you look at the reserve and capital, you should really look at the 5-year outlook because right now there's a higher level, but because capital projects aren't straight line, you really need to look at that fund balance over the course of the 5 years, and you'll see it actually drops down to about $2 million.
Okay, so how much flexibility do we have? You said we only have about $2 million? Because I look on the horizon, I see some really big expenses, potential expenses out there that are not in the budget. You know, we have all this OSV work, and if there's any startup with doing any type of OSV work, if we want to expand safe parking, that's going to be expensive. So I think we want some reserves set back for that. Over by Barron Park, we have a lot of transportation issues that we may have to solve with the new developments coming in and making that safe for bikes. That's not going to be cheap, and we need to have some money set aside, so if we find that there's something we need to do, we have some money. I would hate to say, oh yes, this would be a perfect thing to do here, but we can't afford it. So I think we need to set back some money for Barron Park. Pelton Museum has these leaks. That's not, potentially could not be cheap to fix. We should set aside some money for that. So we have all these things that may or may not happen, and we need some reserves so that if they do happen, we can react. And then the final, let's see, which slide 8 is it? And I want people to really understand what this, yeah, slide 8 on the presentation. The council really should understand what this last point, this last bullet is saying. So we have the Section 115 trust, and we've put money into that, and that's saving, and it's actually gotten a very good return. It was a really smart thing to do. So now we have a bunch of money in there, and the purpose of this money is to pay down our pension debt. And these payments down here, ADP and ADC, that's money that we're sending over to CalPERS, and ADP pays down our CalPERS debt. So that's effectively transferring from our savings to pay down our debt. So that's a really good thing to do. I'm happy with that. ADC is another thing. And when I first saw this really scared me. ADC is our ongoing expenses. And so when every year we have new pension costs, we have new employees, and when we hire an employee for a year, we have some pension debt down the road. Eventually they're going to retire and we'll have to pay their pension. And so ADC is paying that. So effectively now we're taking our savings and we're using that to pay ongoing costs. And that made me shiver because it's like you're taking your savings and you're propping up your lifestyle with this. But I'm calm now because I went through and dug through the numbers, and ADC really has two components. One is the ongoing expenses, and the other is an amortization of our existing debt. And this $6 million still is less than the amortization of our ongoing debt. So we're not propping up our lifestyle. We're not just paying off quite as much. So effectively, even though this looks like we're paying ongoing expenses, both these numbers, 20 million and 6 million, both are paying down our debt at CalPERS. So I think we're doing it in a reasonable way. And Director Lee had a plot that she showed in January that showed our prediction when our budget, and CalPERS now is getting more aggressive on forcing us to pay down our pension debt. And so in 10 years, we should be sitting pretty good because of these increased pension payoffs. So we really should understand what those two are, but after looking through that, I think we're okay. But that's an important point I think people should understand. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
I clicked my button again instead of the microphone. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank our tremendous staff for all of this work and the Finance Committee colleagues for what you're about to receive. I want to say I very much appreciate the $200,000 expenditure for Alcove. That's such a high priority for our city at this moment, and so thank you for making that happen. I agree with my colleagues on the concern about elimination of 4 of the crossing guards, especially any intersection that includes Alma, which, as we know, feels like a highway at times, given how fast cars go, particularly when it's 2 lanes. I guess I feel this isn't the time to cut back on the safety. We should never cut back on safety of kids, kids on bikes. We're deeply committed to this being a community where kids are safe, whether bicycling or on their as pedestrians. And I do worry about the message of this intense focus on the Churchill Alma crossing and what are we going to do there in furtherance of protecting Pelley kids from potential harm there, and yet no crossing guards at Alma Meadow, which is where all the gun kids come across. So it just feels like it's really not the right message. Appreciate that we're talking to the school district about a potential cost recovery there. I'm relatedly, very concerned that our track monitor contract is only in place through February of 2027. And here's why. The conversation about whether to do a temporary pilot to close Churchill, which is coming before us for a decision in a week, includes a strong argument on the don't close it side, which is that track monitors work. So I'm not sure that people have appreciated that the city may be considering only funding those guards in partnership with the school district for 1 year. I think we have to be exceptionally transparent about that in our conversations about whether to close Churchill, if that is in fact something we're planning to do. And in this staff report, it indicates that it does only go through February. I think many people have assumed that with the city making the strong argument that crossing or the track monitors work, that there's some implication that we will have them in place for some time. At least that's what I glean in conversations with people in the community. In terms of quiet zones, I agree that it looks like we are starting some expenditures in fiscal 27, the first of 4 years of expenditures on quiet zones. Given that there were some public commenters who suggested that they're disappointed more isn't happening in this coming year, I wonder if there's anyone on the phone from the Department of Transportation that could help us understand what this $400,000 for design represents in terms of the time frame. Is this a normal time frame? Is this an accelerated time frame?
Hello, Chief Transportation Official Ria Hoote-Barrett-Lowe. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great. Thank you.
Great. So the quiet zone funding will help with the design of the quiet zones, which needs to happen before they're constructed. And so that's what that $400,000 allows us to get started with.
But can you speak to the time frame, Ms. Lowe? We have posited that quiet zones being put in place sooner rather than later also helps us with regard to the concerns we're addressing when it comes to contemplating a temporary pilot closure of Churchill. So we had requested that this happen, as soon as possible, not knowing, of course, what that means. We're not the transportation experts. You are, and we very much respect that. But I'm just wondering what this represents as a time frame for quiet zones when we look at this 4-year allocation on page 347. Can you tell us what the conversations have been like between your team and those who govern whether quiet zones can happen about our timeline?
Yes, so we've been in communications with Caltrain and also with our Public Works Department on how to accelerate both the design and the construction. We think that an accelerated timeline may allow for design within about 10 or 11 months instead of the typical 18. And so, but there's a lot of back and forth with the California Public Utilities Commission and Caltrain that needs to happen as part of that. So there are some things that are not exactly in our hands through that process, but streamlining the pieces that we can streamline, that's what we're anticipating in terms of an accelerated time frame. And then we would, if it needs to be accelerated faster to bring the construction forward, we would need to find a way to move that funding into an earlier year. But at this stage, the construction is happening 2 years out.
Okay, thank you. But I'm hearing you say that conversations are happening around an acceleration to maybe cut the time frame from 18 months down to 10 or 11, which would be extraordinary. So thank you for working on that. I realize I'm over time, so I'll just add to Councilmember Rickdahl's point about the water leaks at the New History Museum being a concern. I agree with that. And having to find a way to support that renovation. And then I have to say that I love libraries. As a writer, I'm delighted to find my books in our libraries, but it feels like an extraordinary luxury to be running 5 libraries in a city of 68,000 people. I appreciate that we're netting 5.0 FTEs, eliminating 6, adding 1, and I just urge us to continually ask that question, is this a need to have or a nice to have? in terms of the quantity that we offer, the 5 different locations, and the staffing levels we do. I know, you can lose your job for saying that, so, but I think it has to be said.
All right, thank you. I appreciate staff, again, my colleagues on finance and my colleagues on the dais who have spoken, because you've addressed a lot of the things I wanted to address. So I'll just try to go quickly through my list. I would say, picking up on the libraries thing, as folks know, I love libraries and I always advocate for them. But I do think that what you've done are appropriate cutbacks. And I would say that it's not so much about the 5 library venues as the plethora of services they offer, which go far beyond just managing their holdings and books. Just quite an extraordinary set of services and things that get lent, including induction cooktops. So I would say, appreciate, don't contest the cuts you've proposed, but that's enough for me. On the quiet zones, appreciate the colloquy that was just had, because I had similar questions, which basically had boiled down to, is the funding absence we see based on process timing constraints, or would we delay the timing because of funding constraints? And I think it's the former, given that there is this real push for acceleration. So I am +1 to continuing that push. And having whatever it is that requires us to do that, and appreciating that construction is probably a couple years out. I'll just add my voice to the let's do what we can to keep the crossing guards. I think that's an important thing. I appreciate the public commenter, John's creativity about leveraging track guards, but I think the answer there is probably not, because that would pull them away from the place they're supposed to be focused. But I think they've heard you, and if there's a creative solution, they can look at it. I also wanted to address, as staff knew I would, the electric fire trucks and the lack thereof, and going to diesel. I understand not all diesels are created equal. I like the idea of a used one, but here, and I haven't had it, I didn't get into the detail in the budget book to get behind what's on the slide, but it talks about diesel fire engines, plural, and what I'm wondering is whether the timing could allow that instead of sort of a wholesale switch from electric models to diesel, if there's some in between where we could buy a used diesel and then perhaps maintain certain electric ones. Or if that's something you could look into this week if you don't have the answer now. So that's something I'll just push a little more on. I did though, also what the Vice Mayor was talking about on public safety staffing, I don't need to go back through all of that. I too want to make sure that continues to be sufficient in an effort to avoid the overtime and just for morale and quality. But on the freezes one sergeant, I understand that civilianizing, but I understand freezing vacant positions, but what does freezing one sergeant, is that an active position and that person would be, their job would be eliminated, or would they be redeployed? What does that mean?
It's expected to become vacant within this time frame.
To be
become vacant within this time frame.
I understand, okay. Thank you. And I'm also concerned about making sure we have sufficient funding to address the Roth Building water intrusion remediation. Is that something that is still within the wherewithal of the budget as proposed, or is that something that is problematic at this point?
It's not currently a part of the proposed budget.
Okay, so that's something I'd like to understand better, and I can defer that to the Finance Committee given the hour, but I think that's something I would like to see what we can do to help them meet their opening date. And then, but I did want to ask, on the airport, the P&L, is it in the black? Will it be in the red, as mentioned by the public commenter? Could you just tell me a little bit about how that fits into our budget?
Yes, I'm pleased to say and also acknowledge to the airport staff who've worked diligently on a comprehensive fee update. This went to the Finance Committee just a couple weeks ago. So we are moving forward to ensure that the airport fund will become more financially solvent. And they've come up with a very comprehensive fee approach, which also includes what we deem transients who come through daily use as well, and also vehicular use. So that will come again to the Finance Committee Wednesday, and then that'll come before you when we adopt new fees. So we are treading in the black for the airport fund.
Okay, so trending in the black or trending to the black?
I believe we're very close. So because these are new fees, we have, it's hard to gauge what the estimated revenue will be. And so if I might be mistaken, but I believe the Airport Enterprise Fund is close to breaking even in the 27 budget. Very close. We're like within inches.
Okay, well, that's great news, because I think given our budget situation, the idea of subsidizing the airport would lead us to some other questions that we would need to ask. So hopefully we're very close and on trending so that it's achieved thereafter.
I also want to acknowledge and give staff for the creative solution of the future rate increases as well. So we're modifying the formula to help us stay on top of fee increases for future years. So.
That's great, and I have a feeling that Director Eggleston has something to add.
Thank you, Mayor. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. I do want to just clear up any misconception that if the airport had a bad year, that the general fund would be filling the gap. The airport is an enterprise fund. It has a reserve. We track those reserves. And if we have a year where we had a loss in the red, it would affect that reserve. It would not be pulling in cash from the general fund. And in fact, even in a year like that, we're still paying back the general fund loan.
Okay. So part of the reason for the red would be the payback of the general fund loan from the original
that is correct.
Outlay. Okay.
Yes.
Helpful to know. Thank you very much. Okay, and then let's see, I think I may be down to my last one. Let me just check here. Just apologies. I just missed it. When you were on slide 12, I believe, no, 14, and we're going through the revenue, the different, this is the revenue slide. We like the revenue slide. Except we don't like the dip in the sales tax that happened, and you explained why, and could you just restate that again?
Sure, the reduction in 26,
Yes.
which is the current year sales tax, is a combination of one-time adjustment for prior period adjustment, plus a reduction of ongoing base. So you'll notice there in 27, it kind of recovers to 33, but still that's low compared to the trend line. So
Okay.
26 has a combination of one-time adjustment and ongoing
I
reductions.
see, so it's that one-time adjustment that really affects it
Yes.
significantly.
But importantly here is in the budget book, you'll see sales tax is an 8% reduction from prior year. So even when you look at just the baseline, it's important to call that out.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. So then finally, I guess what I would be interested in the Finance Committee also looking more carefully at, and again, we don't have to get into it tonight, but the issue of irrigation at Foothills Nature Preserve, because it does say it will be done through drought measures and consideration of historical water use. So, you know, I heard both the public commenter and Councilmember Reckdahl talk about when they were put in the very careful way that was done. But I would guess now that time has passed, there could be some look back at this historic water use. I take it that that's what is meant by this verbiage here, so that hopefully we could do it in a way that's still sustainably responsible. So that's my hope, so that we can do that and still serve these, avoid the concerns actually that Ms. Kleinhaus enumerated in her public comment. I think that's it for me, so I'll turn to Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I want to echo comments of colleagues on, first on the crossing guards, and then the bigger issue of the ongoing track security guards. And that is also an area where we are sharing the costs currently with the school district. And we don't have it in our budget to continue those, but whether we close Churchill on a temporary basis or not, we have the other 3 locations that still need those guards. And so I think that's one of the most important topics of discussion with PAUSD is their ongoing commitment and us trying to figure out a way that, despite our budget, how we would continue with that. I also want to note that we have an upcoming rail committee meeting, and we're going to have an update on the quiet zone process and the timing at that rail committee meeting. So that'll be something that hopefully we'll have an update for you on as a result of that. And then I did want to just say that we have this deficit is driving a lot of considerations from staff on how we can be more efficient and more effective, which is really following this top priority that we had set as a council on efficiency, government efficiency and effectiveness. But what we really haven't seen is going from individual measures along those lines to understanding a strategic approach by staff on the use of consultants. We had a report, but that was retrospective and looking at how we would categorize those approaches. And as a finance committee, we're aware that staff has shared with us that they're giving much greater scrutiny to consultant use, but we really haven't seen a strategy articulated that would guide that. Similarly, we've talked about how we have technology, and in particular AI, like many cities are doing now, and it's evolving rapidly. How do we incorporate AI to become a more efficient organization? And we've been receiving some examples from our staff again, but I think this is the sort of thing that warrants a strategic plan. Now, that strategic plan is not necessarily going to stipulate every measure, but at a minimum, it would be guiding policy and hopefully look at the things that we're either already doing or are anticipating doing in the near term and put them together so that we can see what's the collective impact of whether it be the consultant strategy or the AI utilization. And so I think those are things that I just wanted to draw attention to and things that we hope we'll be able to discuss in the next 2 days. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I just want to go back to a couple of big picture items that I was going to talk about if nobody else did, and they sort of partially came up. And it's basically the question of, we'd like to know if you think there are some big things that aren't in the budget that we need to be aware of. And a couple of those have come up because Councilmember Rectal mentioned OS fees. Whatever that is, it's not going to be zero. So we have to use, a term I used last year, plug numbers, to put something in there, even though we don't know exactly what it's going to go for by the time we come to the June decision, because something's going to happen there. We have to scope it either in terms of order of magnitude, with details of policy to be decided, or the other way around, say we're going to fund it for 6 months at this number, and we're going to take a look at it based on what's happening. But we have to have, some of those things in there. And so if there are any that you know of tonight, please raise them so we can all hear. If we mention the big ones, that's okay too, but.
I think you've mentioned a few already, which is the continuation of the track monitor contract. Certainly that is significant and new. The desire of the council to move forward with additional funding for nonprofit partnerships above and beyond what's already included. Mm-hmm. So those are a few that stand out tonight based on the feedback.
Okay, and then a similar question, but not quite, and that is, I know you've just done terrific job of going into the detail level of, where can we make cuts? Did you also take a look at where should we try to make strategic investments? As in, this really is going to take two people to get this done. I think you have, but I'm just giving you the opportunity to talk about that. But we don't want to pass up something that's really important to the city because we're trying to have a hiring freeze on. That's sort of the logic that I'm trying to get to here. So I don't think we should be worried about making investments. I think it was Councilmember Stone that mentioned, and I totally agree, we need to keep making investments in our police department because we can't even get the officers that we want to get trained and stay and so on. And I think, the budget probably is okay in that regard. But if there are any other examples like that, not necessarily now, but as we go through the process, raising them for us, I think would be really good.
Appreciate that, and I think all the directors who are watching it, either in this room or virtually, will take note of that, and also want to give the feedback that we spent months going through the budget to come up with ways to balance the budget and also look at some investments and realigning our organizational service delivery.
Yeah.
So, but that question, which is great, we've taken it, and if things come up over the next couple of days, we'll bring them back. But a lot of investments often cost more upfront as well. So
Yeah, they do.
thank you for the question.
Okay, that's all for me. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, well, thank you very much. And seeing no further lights, I will close up our budget study session. Wish luck and give thanks and gratitude in advance to all of those that are going to spend a lot of hours this week diving deeply into it. And meet you all back here next week to talk about what happened. All right, so thank you for the budget. We're going to move now to our consent calendar. And Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, we do. We have 2 requests to speak.
All right.
Our first speaker is Shawnee Kay.
Thank you. Shani Kleinhaus speaking for myself, not for the PRC, and yes, for the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance. The golf course reconfiguration plan was done in 2014. The project was completed and opened to the public as a golf course in 2016. The conditions of approval for that project to be built included mitigation and monitoring plan, which included various conditions that were provided by the Water Board, Fish and Wildlife, etc. We provided a lot of comments on that project with great concern about the loss of trees, the potential loss of wetlands, etc. The mitigations and monitoring were expected to resolve some of those issues and maintain the wetlands in the golf course. The mitigation and monitoring has not been implemented in 10 years. So 10 years and nothing happened, maybe a little bit towards the last 2 years where some improvements were made to stop people from walking in the wetlands and protecting the wetlands from some invasive species that were coming in from the Gulf course itself, something that we have alerted in our comment letter as being very concerned about the choice of plants for the golf course. So I'm glad to see this finally moving forward with item 9 on their agenda, which is required to comply with an EIR that was done 10 years ago. And I hope that this time the mitigations will be strongly adhered to, and any time that invasive species are coming in or people are trying to cross the wetlands, that will not happen. Thank you. I'm glad this is moving forward, and it's not the only one. So check the other places where things haven't exactly been done.
Our next speaker is Herb B.
I request on both items 10 and 11 that you remove them And on item 11, the last thing I will be talking about, item 11 refers to the handout that's been going on now. The problem with the auditor contract is you're not going to find about conflicts they might have on their statement of economic interest, where it's a city employee, you would. And for that reason, I think it's time to return to having an auditor as a city employee rather than a contractor. On item 11, the letter from the director of community skating says that the land is dedicated parkland. It is not. The trade that was made was to give up dedicated parkland next to the driving range, the golf course, to build an office building so that community skating can acquire a low-density residential parcel, and hinting at that, well, it'll probably be high density, because just like the current council, that's what was going on. There were, increasing density, but there was no project of that sort. The second thing is that it's not just Palo Alto that's served. It's an area from Redwood City to Sunnyvale. And it's also, people have an official capacity with community skating. As I recall, when the tennis courts were first built, that the community, such as directors or maybe their accountant or so, could get a pass and use those tennis courts at any time without paying fee. And the revenue from the tennis courts is quite small compared to the current budget. The final thing is that they've been delinquent in reporting the charitable status, which is something that the city should have been aware of if that kind of reporting would have been part of what was required from the previous contract. What I've handed out to you indicates the current status is that the reporting is incomplete, and then there are 5 pages of details. At the bottom, you can see where they haven't handed in their annual reporting requirements. On page 4 or 5, you can see for about half of them, it was only after the submission, after being notified that they haven't turned in an accurate or complete annual renewal, that they finally did it on notice. And the next to last one is where that an independent audit was required, and they still haven't done it, and that was for the fiscal year ending 2 years ago. So on that, for all of those reasons, I don't think it's appropriate to extend the contract. If they need more money, they can get it from those other cities, from Redwood City to Sunnyvale. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment for consent calendar items 5 through 13.
All right, well, I thank the public commenters and ask colleagues if there are any no votes or requests to pull or recusals or a motion to approve.
I move the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Seeing no lights on for any of those other things, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Lethcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Rekdal?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Excellent, thank you. City Manager, do you want to address City Manager comments?
Sure. As noted earlier, we'll dispense with those tonight in light of the hour, and we have distributed slides publicly for awareness on things going on.
Thank you very much, and thank you for those slides. We're not together enough to have slides up here during our council member comments, so we took up a fair amount of time with that. I appreciate you yielding yours. I also would, so now we're moving on. There's a break indicated, and then we have the 2 action items. We'd indicated that we were flipping the order. I would ask colleagues if we can power through item 15 to continue it, finish it, take a short break, and come back for 14 more refreshed. Does anybody have any concerns about doing that? Seeing none, a couple of thumbs up. Do you have a?
I'm sorry, we're going to, so we project starting item 14 at what time?
Well, I can do the math right now.
Well, don't we have a commitment that we don't start items after, I can't remember if it's 10 or 10:30?
We have a preferential procedure to not start after 10, and this was rearranged to accomplish that. It does not reflect that here, but that was my intent when we rearranged it. I just wanted to finish up 15 because it should be quick. And then we won't be holding up the labor unions to whom we owe a public hearing. So that was why I wanted to flip it.
I'm happy to flip it. I'm not sure I'm thrilled about starting 14 after 10 p.m.
Well, why don't we check on that after we finish this and see how quickly we go. All right, thanks so much. All right, so with that, let's carry on with item 15, the public hearing, report on city vacancies and recruitment efforts. And this time I will turn to our staff. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Sandra Blanche, HR Director. Tonight we'll be presenting regarding the city vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts as required by AB 2561. With me to present is Manager of Labor and Employee Relations, Tori Post. So we're here to present on legislation that was adopted in 2024. The intention of this law is to reduce high vacancy rates that can cause service impacts as well as staff impacts. This legislation requires a public hearing once per fiscal year to cover current vacancies, recruitment and retention efforts, and it must occur before budget adoption, as well as provide labor groups an opportunity to present on this topic. I am pleased to let you know that we have made great strides in reducing the citywide vacancy rate, and in addition, we've stabilized our turnover rate. With that, I'll turn it over to Tori.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Vinker and Vice Mayor Stone and council members. Tori Post, Manager of Employee and Labor Relations with Human Resources. I'll start by walking through our current vacancy data by bargaining units. For tonight's update, we're pleased to report that the city remains well below the 20% threshold. That's part of AB 2561. In comparison to last year, though, some pieces I wanted to highlight for the council members tonight is Umpapa, our utility managers, has dropped from an 18% vacancy at this time last year to a 9% vacancy rate for this time this year. And IFF has dropped from an 8% vacancy to a 3% vacancy rate this year. SEIU and POA have maintained approximately the same rate as compared to this time last year. These numbers reflect April 2026 vacancy data, and we have a citywide vacancy of approximately 10%. So building on this, I'll highlight some of the key efficiencies and current efforts underway to support our recruitment and retention. So in 2024, staff presented to council a specific recruitment strategic plan. And additionally, at the end of 2024, the city auditor completed a recruitment and succession planning audit. 2 of the 3 findings of this audit have been completed, and phase 2 of the recruitment strategic plan is currently underway through fiscal year 2027. So to highlight some of the key initiatives that staff have implemented to support the city's recruitment and retention efforts, I'll highlight some of our process efficiencies have successfully reduced the time it takes to onboard a new employee from over 60 days from offer to their start date to an average of 23 days. So a significant reduction there. Staff have also focused on investing in building strong future talent pipelines by relaunching our citywide internship program. We're excited to bring on over 20 interns for this summer, starting very soon. Additionally, staff have formalized the Workforce Career Advancement and Continuity Planning Program, WCACP, which includes annual assessments of critical positions and talent, as well as a focus on individual development plans to grow our current workforce. Also, throughout this fiscal year, staff have revamped our supervisory leadership training, tailoring it to City of Palo Alto specific, and really emphasizing our in-house resources and in-house trainers. So this concludes staff's presentation for AB 2561. We're available to answer any questions from council, and we'll invite any labor groups that are here to wish to speak as part of this legislation.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that presentation. And as was noted, our stakeholder engagement includes inviting labor groups to participate and make a presentation. And so I'm going to reopen that portion of this public hearing and invite Madam Clerk to organize the labor presentations.
Right, our first speaker is Chris C.
Welcome.
Good evening. Council members, Vice Mayor, Mayor. My name is Chris Correa. I'm a sergeant with the Palo Alto Police Department, and I represent the fine men and women of the Palo Alto Peace Officer Association. I'm here to briefly address ongoing staffing shortages with the Palo Alto Police Department, as well as proposed budget adjustment outlined in the current operating budget. First off, I just want to start off, I strongly support fiscal responsibility. It's a principle I follow in my own personal life, and I also emphasize and mentor young officers about the importance of budgeting and long-term financial planning. First slide, please. This is just our staffing. It's a slide based, it's a snapshot, of our current staffing levels. While the numbers of officers has improved compared to 24 and 25, we now have 5 lieutenants. With this change was implemented in January of 2025, expanding from 4 to 5 lieutenants. At that time, I had concerns for this. It removed another position from PAPOA at a time when overall staffing was already near historic lows. Next slide, please. This chart breaks down our workforce availability. Currently, only 68% of our total staffing is available for full duty. Over 10% of personnel are out due to injury. Another 8.1% are in training and unable to contribute to the daily staffing needs. And while those are in training, and they're expected to become solo beat officers, but not until maybe potentially mid-2027. We're also facing a vacancy rate of 12.8%. The key takeaway from this slide is just over 2/3 of our workforce is available to serve the public. Next slide, please. I want to discuss briefly about the traffic team and the detective bureau. By June, we expect to have 1 traffic sergeant and 2 traffic officers. We had anticipated 3 traffic officers, but one of our motors officers is leaving early next month for another agency. With these traffic officers, in the past 2 years, they've been in this assignment for 2 years. They have consistently been reassigned to patrol to fill the staffing gaps. Ultimately, what this means is they are not fully dedicated to traffic enforcement. They're basically patrol officers majority of the time. For our detective division, it's currently operating with roughly half the staffing it had in 2018. This presents significant challenges. The rise of digital evidence has increased the complexity of investigations, requiring more time to process and present these cases effectively to the DA's office. Additionally, evolving court expectations demand a higher standard of documentation and evidence when prosecuting suspects, which we have risen to that need. Next slide, please. Hiring and retention. Since January of 2024, we've experienced 44% failure rate of new officers through our field training program. During this same time, 13 employees have retired or medically retired or left for other agencies. As of today, approximately 10 additional employees are eligible for retirement. The key factor on this is the 44% failure. That's a huge number. Next slide, please. Okay, so the current adopted overtime budget, it's not realistic given our staffing levels. Maintaining adequate coverage between now and mid-2027 will be extremely difficult, even under the optimistic assumption that we experience no additional retirements, injuries, or training failures. Next slide, please. Mental health and burnout. Since 2021, we've seen a concerning trend of officers leaving due to mental health. 6 officers have been injured related to mental health, and it's likely that 4 will never become officers or will not return to full duty. Chronic understaffing, increased workloads, extended hours, long commutes are potentially some of the contributing factors. Next slide, please. So the elimination of, or the freezing of the Special Operations Sergeant position is a significant concern. This role currently oversees special events, permitting, scheduling, community service officers, they manage the CSOs, and dignitary visits. Under the proposed restructuring, these responsibilities will be redistributed, placing additional strain on patrol officers and other personnel. The shift will likely increase overtime cost, particularly for the patrol coverage, and we do get a lot of dignitary visitors in election years. At this time, the anticipated cost savings from this change, they're unclear, to at least the union. While we prefer not to lose any sworn personnel, a cost-saving solution is to consider reducing the number of lieutenants from 5 to 4. Currently, there's a captain vacancy, and we have qualified lieutenants that can fill this role. If a promotion were to occur, the agency doesn't have to fill the 5th lieutenant. The current workforce of the Palo Alto Police Department, as discussed with some of the numbers, doesn't support the need for a 5th lieutenant. Additionally, I noted a significant reduction of $50,000 in the funding for police training. A properly funded police training budget is critical for reducing cost liability lawsuits, fostering community trust through improved de-escalation and professional skills. We are hiring many new people, and it's very important. Final slide, I'll just close out with this. We still make it work. Even with our tough staffing, we still deliver and get the job done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joseph P.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes. We are.
Thanks for having me. And honestly, thank you for continuing to work so late into the night. It doesn't go unnoticed that the level of commitment that you have to your roles and your responsibilities. So thank you in advance for just hearing a quick couple minutes from me. My name is Joe Panko. I serve as the fire department labor representative. I'm our union president of Local 1319, serving about 100 members. And on behalf of the Palo Alto firefighters, I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work that went into this budget cycle. We recognize it's been a particularly difficult cycle, and all departments were asked to make sacrifices. And that's actually not even the major concern that I'm trying to raise today or this evening. I wanted to actually highlight as part of this assembly bill that although vacancies are reported are low, which we are extremely grateful after years and years of being in Chris's shoes, where we were always feeling like we were one step behind the hiring trends and mass vacancies and injuries compiling with overtime. And we were experiencing significant mental health issues of our own, which we've started to come through, and we're in a much healthier place than we were a year ago. or even 2 or 3 years ago, especially. But something that I wanted to highlight within the budget numbers, so I actually looked at some of our vacancies against what our current workforce is, and the vacancies are not going to be the problem for us. Our staff has done a wonderful job of hiring and bringing in people, and that was something that they did in response to listening to the cries from their workforce, and we're definitely grateful for that. One challenge that they face, and it's not just the Palo Alto administration, is there's a nationwide shortage of paramedics. We are fishing in a very crowded pond with other fire departments across the state, and there's only about 1,200 paramedics that are licensed each year, and not each of those paramedics are even interested in fire jobs. So there's a very limited pool, and something that's happened with us internally is we've trended heavily. 17 of the last 25 employees have been EMTs. And a lot of that is due to the need to fill positions as a whole, and also the availability of the highest qualified paramedics is much lower than the high quality EMTs that exist due to the additional training. So in response to this, I just wanted to kind of look inside the numbers a little bit and highlight something, highlight these issues to staff, because currently we're right below where our goal is, which is 60% paramedics. And we use that number when we chose that number in cooperation with management, because that gives us some flexibility to, if we have to go lean in a certain year, or we can't get all the paramedics that we want. The challenge is we're already below. We're very limited on vacancies available, and we have multiple areas where we're most likely going to lose paramedics with their promotions, both to our captain's ranks and to the inspector's process. We're anticipating there to be another draw on paramedics that we're going to struggle to fill unless we're proactive. And so the real thing that I'm asking for is not really an increase to this budget cycle. You have your hands full, and you don't need the fire department labor group asking for any additional money, even though we would love Engine 64 back. We have not forgotten about that. We recognize that this year was not going to be the year that this was going to get, that project was going to land as a full-time fire engine. But we definitely are still thinking about that. But we are asking basically at the simplest level to urge city or fire department administration and our stakeholders in a joint cooperation to basically figure out how do we be more proactive about recruiting and retaining paramedics and getting ahead of the curve, because we are fighting the same battle that other fire departments are having. And once we get behind that power curve of hiring paramedics, then we start to lose our paramedics that we do have to other agencies, because even though the vacancies are low, for the paramedics, they will be high. And so that's the threat that we face and that we want to avoid. And we can do that by being proactive. A few years ago, we sent 3 of our paramedics to school, and they got the education. They became committed Palo Alto Fire employees for life because they were able to expand their horizons, increase their salary, and contribute at a higher level to our organization. That's something that is definitely something that we would love to see evaluated as an option, even within this budget cycle, as our staffing levels are high. And we just hope for some cooperation from all parties that have a stake in this to keep our paramedics from being burned out and being in a position where we lose them to other agencies because of overuse. So thank you very much again for all the time and effort you put into this budget cycle. Chief Lindsay and his team did a wonderful job making the best out of a tough situation. And thank you to HR and Tori's team for all of the work that they've put into this presentation. So thank you. Have a great evening.
All right, and thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I assume that's the end of the labor union's presentation. I do want to check whether there's any other public comment, not formally from the unions. We certainly welcome regular public comment at this time, if there is any. I see none in the room. Is there any online that's been indicated?
Nope, no hands are raised on Zoom.
Okay, then I will close public comment. So this is, it's an action item because it's a public hearing, but the recommendation from staff is to receive the informational report which has been presented. So I will, invite any comments or questions from my colleagues, but I don't think there's an action beyond receiving the report. Councilmember Burt.
One request, we had presentation from the police union, and did we receive that copy, or can we if we did not? Okay, and then I'll just say that the issue of vacancies in different areas, which is inconsistent throughout our organization, I presume will be one of the topics that we'll be looking at in the Finance Committee.
Thank you, and I echo the request for the two presentations. Anything else from colleagues? Seeing nothing, with thanks to our friends in labor for their presentation and to staff, I will close out this item. All right, so colleagues, it is 10:15 because some of our early items took a little longer than expected. At this point, I would suggest we think about deferring the last item on SB 79, but I want to take, if you want, we could recess briefly and ponder it, or we could just recess and defer it. Let me ask staff, city manager about rescheduling.
Yes, clearly this is a time-sensitive item, SB 79, so as such, I think we'll look to bumping one of your other scheduled items in an upcoming agenda so that we can bring it back. There is a possibility for it to come back on the 18th of May, which would require us to defer an item that was already scheduled. But at this point, that's our current thinking.
Okay, because that's just it. We can't let it go very long, but it is quite late, and I know our May agendas are just jammed. I also appreciate that there may be public commenters who've been waiting, and so I would apologize to them that we are going to defer this, but I think that'll allow greater participation. I know we've had some attrition amongst commenters, and this is an important item to our community. I also thank staff who've been sticking around in the back there, and I know it's late for you as well to have stayed with us. So seeing no objections to deferring this item from my colleagues, I think we will do that, and we will stand adjourned this evening with great thanks to all. Good night.